Hey, this Northwest Media, Miss Bungle. Good Gotta take Simon's food up, gotta take his food out. Alright. Oh man, something's really thirsty out there. That bowl is completely empty. Here's the thing. I filled it up twice yesterday. Once in the morning and once in the afternoon. I know Pepe's been drinking a lot. Yeah, Pepe, I think it's Pepe and the Siam. Siam came by and ate dinner last night. I think Siam made a couple cans yesterday, actually. Yeah. So I just had to make sure to fill it up before going to bed. I mean, before whenever I pick up the plate at night, fill up all to the brim. They drank it all throughout the night. Luckily, the raccoons didn't use it to clean their grubs off. You gonna bite yourself? Oh, you both up in there? Oh, hi there. You were both inside of this thing. Was it vinegar solution sprayed on my my glass shower doors, trying to break up the soap scum? So that might make him extra frisky this morning. Smells like cat piss, probably. Going in there sniffing it. I have a steam thing heating up right now. I can just spray it down and it'll come right off. That'd be awesome. Without the door shattering. Are you ready? Now's the time. Lemon oil. What? LAPD! LAPD searching for suspect after receiving calls of kidnapping 19 minutes ago. Kid has been napping. Let's wake him up. Rally for inclusion education. What the hell is inclusion education? It's a party. Rally for inclusion education. Keep the gays included. Let us learn. Let me go to school with my assless chaps. It's my First Amendment right. If you can't take looking at my ass, get out of the kitchen. Can't take the heat, boy. My fault you get turned on by seeing my butt cheeks. Sounds like a personal problem. Hey, look who we got here. Came back. Oh no, it's Fluffy. Yeah. For a second, I couldn't see the face. Fluffy going for the fresh food, I see. Fancy feast on the right. On the left is Simon's leftovers. The 3/4 of a can with fish oil added, as well as some nutritional yeast. It's actually for Trident, because she'll usually eat that if I add those two things to that food. The other ones usually won't eat it. So it'll keep food out for Trident, which still looks to be the most pregnant one. Or that or the most fat one. Either way, we gotta keep her levels up. 5 million student loan borrowers face mandatory collections starting May 5th. Ouch. They really thought Biden was just gonna forgive that shit, didn't they? Biden, come forgive me. Oh, so much money. Be a basket weaver. But I'm a DI expert. I thought I was going to be in high demand. I get your company sorted out for you. I tell you how to be the most DI you can. I was the best degree to get at one point, man. $100,000. God, for what? It's shit like that, it happens. Lemon oil, shower doors. I'll spray the shower. Vinegar is supposed to work. I just gotta spray it and let it sit for a while, and then wipe it right off. I know I should actually be spraying it like with a bleach solution after each shower. Something, or like a vinegar solution. Or solution. I thought about covering the carry and retrial, and I'm sorry, it just didn't seem like something I wanted to lock into for months on end. A little too deep. I don't have that much attention span. I need something that's more cut and dry. He stabbed him. Oh, them kids are crazy. Like the Apple River stabbing shit. Now that can keep my attention. I can't read murder retrial. I don't think that's really going to be able to keep my attention. It's like reading a fucking mystery book. Like, I really got to be in the mood for it that day, you know? Something like or the Chaz Henderson trial, where dude was a Eagle Scout and he chopped his parents up and shit. That had me intrigued, because I'm like, how in the hell does something like that happen? How does a dude fall that far off? You know, the pinnacle of Boy Scouts, and you're gonna go and do something. Whoa. Right? Just sounds like boring. Like, where were you, huh? Where were you at this day? Yeah, I was at the office. Oh, well, the phone records say otherwise. You know, that kind of shit. I gotta keep track of all this little shit to try to be a jerk. Like, the thing is that when I'm watching a murder trial, you're essentially a juror in the murder trial. You're like, we're a pool of jurors, but we're able to talk about it during the case, which they can't do. And I'm not trying to keep track of all this little detail bullshit of a case like that. The retrial is going to have even more detail than the first trial, probably, because we're really trying to get down to the nitty gritty of it. It could be very entertaining. Oh I'm sure they'll figure it out though, whether she was framed or not. It'd only be big news if she was black or a minority though. Even if she was framed, it's not going to be major news like it would have been. And nobody's going to riot in the streets for police brutality. There's that too. It's not really a case that's going to be fundamental in how our nation fears. The Apple River stabbing kind of was in that, like, whoa, you can't take up for yourself against a bunch of little shit college kids. I'm sure the jury will figure out whether or not it was framed or not, right? Put an in there. This song really sucks because I said so. I'm in sourness. Simon, stop. Better. Yeah. I read a bunch of different things last night about this and stuff. There's lots of stuff you can use. Americans targeted in cartel kidnappings. Of course they are. Why would anybody go to Mexico? Are you retarded? You have something wrong with your brain? Like my friend went to Cancun, what was it, like 3 or 4 months ago? I was like, you're going to Mexico? Really? I mean, I guess Cancun's probably safer than a lot of the other areas, but I wouldn't be talking about Mexico. He must be a Democrat. Dems demand proof of life for detained MS-13 gang suspect. Because apparently they wouldn't let these people, they wouldn't let my congressman talk to anybody, or the other 3 guys he was there with talk to anybody. So now they're all butthurt because it wasn't an under official capacity because Coomer didn't approve it. They wanted it approved by the state as an official capacity trip so that it'd be a state like the federal government hasn't put their stamp of approval on this happening, so the El Salvadorian government was like, oh, y'all didn't okay this shit? Oh wow, we ain't gonna okay it either then. Alright then. That's how it's working. So these 4 senators or congressmen are out there pretty much like not able to do anything. They're not given permission to talk to anybody, to go to the prisons or anything. and now they're asking for proof of life because they're just little shits. You know what I mean? Like, how do we know he's even still alive? You're not letting us see him. Fucking fuck you. You know what I mean, dude? What do you think? They're just out here offing the prisoners, the American, like, ones that are, like, definitely going to be asked about in the next couple of days. They're just going to, come on, man. So we're going to listen to this, do it. This is just a lame excuse to try to, like, have control over something, you know? Show us. You're gonna show us something, or the people are gonna freak out and think, hey, he could be dead. You gotta show us. You know, they're trying to make them do something that they don't like. They're trying to just make them do something. I think it is. They do this type of shit.
4 House Democrats visiting El Salvador. I know, as the party ramps up its efforts to return alleged MS-13 gang member Kilmar Abrego Garcia back to the United States.
We're not the first here. We're not going to be the last members of Congress fighting and demanding the return of Abrego Garcia.
We have written a letter just as of 30 minutes ago to Secretary of State Marco Rubio demanding daily proof of life for Mr. Abrego Garcia. He is a father. He is a husband. He's a union member.
I am a mother. The idea that Kilmar was detained from in front of his 5-year-old son is heartbreaking to me.
This is on Donald Trump.
Yeah, it's hard when you're a human trafficker and you beat your wife. Sometimes you might end up with law enforcement as a problem in front of your family. It comes after Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen admitted to using taxpayer funds to visit the suspected gang member last week. Maryland State Delegate Kathy Szeliga joins us now. Congresswoman, thanks so much. Is this where Maryland reps should be? Should be the focus of your state? Are all your other problems solved?
Absolutely not. And look, Brian, I am very concerned that Senator Chris Van Hollen is making Maryland a magnet for criminal illegal immigrants. This man, Mr. Garcia, is not a Marylander, despite the news continually calling him a Marylander. He is a Salvadoran national who was illegally living in Maryland. And I wish Senator Chris Van Hollen had as much concern for the victims of crime as he has for a man that's not an American.
Here's what Congressman Maxwell Frost said yesterday.
I'm not here to litigate even a very specific person. I'm here to talk about the fact that he represents a very big problem with this administration, that they have no problem scooping somebody up based on tattoos and vibes and sending them to a foreign country's prison.
I mean, how could he even say that? Did you look at the police report? He was at a Home Depot with known MS-13 operators. He has a rank within that organization. He's got the tattoos, the paraphernalia, and an informant trusted said this guy's MS-13, let alone beating his wife, let alone being caught with 7 other people trafficking them from Texas to Maryland.
You know, as the story unfolds, Brian, it gets worse and worse. But let's start from the very beginning. Mr. Garcia is an illegal immigrant.
Yes.
He came into this country illegally. He did not have permission. He was not vetted. And, let's start there. He isn't afforded the rights of an American citizen because he is not a citizen. And then as the story unfolds, we learn more and more. Maryland has a problem with illegal immigrants that are criminals. Maryland's ICE is amazing. We lead the nation in sex offender apprehensions. The director of Maryland ICE is very focused on the worst go first. And a tiny state like Maryland of 6 million people, we lead the nation in sex offender apprehensions by ICE, and we're second in gang member apprehensions. So, what Chris Van Hollen is doing, making a poster child of an illegal immigrant who has a rap sheet, is not going to be good for the state of Maryland.
Right. And by the way, Senator Van Hollen says he's got a track record of fighting against MS-13. I don't see any proof of that. Do you?
Well, I think in 2006, you know, just a couple of years ago, he might have been on a work group about that. But that actually, Brian, I think makes it worse because he understands how dangerous MS-13 is. And he should be calling on all of the local jails in Maryland and law enforcement to cooperate with ICE, follow the law. I don't know what his end game is. Mr. Garcia should not be welcomed back to this country. He can be adjudicated from his own country.
You didn't jump up
Thanks
here,
for
did
speaking
she?
up, Congresswoman. Appreciate it. People of Maryland need people like you. I'm Steve Doocy. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Looking like your eyes were looking like she did something. As I walk in here, she's looking. Like, throw it out because I won't know. Yeah, I might have to use citric. I have some citric acid. I don't have any lemon juice. The vinegar didn't do. Man, as well as I wanted. I have some citric acid. There's going to be a black pope.
On vous sent inquiet pour le monde occidental. Qu'est-ce qui vous inquiète?
Vous savez,
is that the first? Will it be the first one?
L'Europe ne veut plus ou a perdu l'essence de ses origines. Il a perdu ses racines. Or, un arbre qui n'a pas de racines meurt. Et j'ai peur que l'Occident meure. Vous êtes envahi quand même par d'autres cultures, d'autres peuples qui vont progressivement vous dominer en nombre et changer totalement votre culture, vos convictions, vos valeurs.
Wow. Talking about immigrants
created by
ruining our country
against the law of God. That is the thread of liberty, the thread of worshiping God. Recently, through the pandemic, draconian restriction on the mass were widely accepted without objection. Certainly, it is good to protect human life, but not to consider what was given up. That is hardly to live at all. Recall from the book of Exodus, we'll face more pandemics and other emergencies, and there will be debate concerning how best to address this. Liberal democracy requires debate, but never can the importance of our worship of God be forgotten or neglected in the course of debates. Liberal democracy must not forget God. The human community was in turmoil as it sought to establish a new world order where humanity relies entirely on technical and scientific solutions instead of God. Today we are witnessing the next stage and the consummation of the efforts to build a utopian paradise on earth without God. Good becomes evil. Beauty is ugly. Love becomes the satisfaction of sexual primal instincts, and truth are all relative. The family, as it were, is a natural preparatio evangelica written into our nature. This is why the devil is so intent on destroying the family. If the family is destroyed, we lose our God-given anthropological foundations and so find it more difficult to welcome the saving good news of Jesus Christ, self-giving, fruitful love. The family is the wellspring of hope. The family directs itself and looks always towards the future. The family carries in itself the future.
It'll be a nice vote. Maybe it wouldn't be too bad. Alright, it's time for a black pope, man. Let's do it. I'm ready. Kind of sad because I was in Europe when they were picking the last pope. I had a connection to him. Now he's dead. I think I was there even when they actually picked him. 'Cause it took a while. I think I was there when white smoke came out the chimney. Which means that they picked him. And I was only one country over. It's the equivalent of being like one state over here. It's like it happened in Nevada. Nevada. The Pope was chosen in Vegas.
Four Democratic lawmakers from the United States are now in El Salvador on a quest for answers about Kilmar Abrego Garcia. The Maryland man was wrongfully deported in what the White House calls an administrative error. The Supreme Court ordered the Trump administration to facilitate.
The White House has since then came and said that he was supposed to get deported. They keep saying, well, the White House said it was a mistake. Well, guess what? Now they said it wasn't a mistake. So which is more important, the last thing they said or the first thing they said? You stupid fucking... No. The one that's most important to them is the one that helps their story out and gets people pissed off.
Facilitate Abrego Garcia's return to the United States, but the Justice Department says because he's in a foreign country, its hands are tied. One of those lawmakers now in El Salvador, Oregon, Congresswoman Maxine Dexter joins me now for more on this. Congresswoman, thanks for coming on.
I just swallowed a whole peanut, damn it. I thought I was going to choke for a second there.
Or do you think you'll get a chance to?
Damn it.
No, and I'm sorry to do this, but just to clarify, we actually left El Salvador late last night, so we are en route back to our homes. But we were denied the opportunity to meet with Abrego Garcia. That was made clear to us yesterday morning.
Just last week, he did meet with Senator Chris Van Hollen of Maryland, which is where he lived before he was sent to El Salvador. Why did your delegation think it was so important for you to see him, too, that you went all the way there to try to?
Yeah, you know, I think the most important thing that this trip accomplished is keeping this story and the constitutional crisis. It really illustrates front and center. This is one man and family's nightmare, but it could be anyone's. Constitutional rights to due process are inclusive throughout the country, no matter status. And so we were there to make sure that people...
What state is she? Or what region of the state? You might know. Who is she? Her name's not on the screen because this news station is retarded.
People understand the threat to Abrego Garcia is a threat to everyone in this country, and the people in my district have reached out on this issue more than any other because they understand that we need to fight for our constitutional rights.
You know what I mean? Law, like these idiots in Congress should give their constituents more credit. Because the people that voted for her are gonna want to be like, yeah, thanks for you, I did that. You know what I mean? And the people that didn't vote for her, it's just gonna piss them off even more when they bring it up, and it's gonna make them more likely to tell their friends, hey, we gotta vote next time. This bitch is making us look stupid, man. On national TV, they're calling us out for being the ones that sent her there and shit. But no one knows who actually sent her there. So the people that are in her region aren't as affected by it. You know what I mean? If they were put on blast, like if Garcia kept getting put on blast for being Long Beach's guy, you know what I mean? Long Beach congressman, now in El Salvador, maybe some Republican Long Beachers would be like, yo, this motherfucker, he's making us look like idiots down there. Hold up. Yo, hey, you see what he's doing? You see what Garcia's doing down there? I mean, it would. They want to almost keep it secret, because if they were to put themselves on blast for being the it would make the constituents more likely to get them out of office next time, because they'd be making them look bad. Maybe because a lot of Democrats don't even believe that what they're doing is fruitful, is what they should be going after. Is much more bigger fish fry, and like better terms, there's more stuff to worry about. Besides this fucking guy who's clearly a fucking gang member. They keep saying even if we got him back, he'd have his due process, and then he would get sent right back to either El Salvador or some other country, dude. So, yeah. They're already losing backing on this. They would lose even more if they if they openly represented their districts clearly who their constituents were. I don't even know what state she's from.
Have you had any contact with the Salvadoran government about his case or any others who were deported to El Salvador in the past few weeks?
You know, our goal was really to keep the focus on the Trump administration, and we met with the embassy and had a briefing from the ambassador. And what became clear is there has been no meaningful effort to facilitate Abrego Garcia's return, which has been required by a 9-0 Supreme Court finding or declaration. And so we absolutely are there because we need the Trump administration to take action. The El Salvadoran government is not the focus of what we were advocating for, because they are in a contractual agreement with the Trump administration. It takes our country's administration to take action before he's going to come home, and that's been made pretty clear.
Now, the Trump administration and Republican lawmakers say Abrego Garcia is a member of MS-13, and they're criticizing Democrats like you for focusing so much on his case. What's your response to that?
Look, this is a distraction. This is about due process. It's about constitutional rights. I am not vouching for Abrego Garcia and what he has or hasn't done in his past. That is not something I know. What I know is that he has lost his access to due process. It was never given to him or any of the other members of our communities that were taken against their will to a foreign country where we now say we don't have jurisdiction to bring them home. The rhetoric that we're hearing is not productive. It's a distraction.
That said, California Governor Gavin Newsom, who's a Democrat, called this case, quoting him here, he says this is the distraction of the day and that Democrats should be focused on tariffs. So what do you say to that? Is this the wrong priority for Democrats?
You know, I think there's two things I would say. One, I've heard that Newsom is backing that down, that he didn't get across what he was saying. I don't speak for the governor for sure, but that's what my understanding is. But secondarily, we can do more than one thing at once. We must focus on working families and access to affordable lives. I mean, we are struggling in our communities to survive, let alone thrive. So that is absolutely a core issue. But none of our economic challenges matter if our constitutional rights are being rolled. This is a time of urgency. We have a slippery slope right now that I think we are trying to raise in the public's eye, and I hope that people understand that this is not about Abrego Garcia. It is about all of us having access to due process and our rights under the Constitution.
So what now? Is there a congressional action you can take to fight these deportations? What's the plan?
Yeah, so we have asked, for some specifics for Andre Romero and Abrego Garcia, trying to use their cases as foci for the work. We need to continue to have lawmakers and representatives who are willing to stand up and be courageous in this moment to continue to go to El Salvador and elevate this issue. It is really concerning to see what has happened in El Salvador over the last 3 years and how, frankly, it parallels a lot of the things that we're seeing earlier on here. Human rights activists that we met with yesterday said, the same story is playing out now in the United States that they have already lived through, and their constitution has been waived for the last 3 years, and they've not had rights in El Salvador. It's chilling. We have a lot of work to do to make sure the American public understands what's really at stake right now.
All right, Congresswoman Maxine Dexter of Oregon, we appreciate your time today. Thank you, Congresswoman.
Thank you.
Kitty. My goodness, I just put my wrapper inside of my bottle of water that still has water in it. Contaminated. Washed off the wrapper with my water and then drank the water. Got a lot of flavor on the wrappers. You don't understand, man. Don't knock it. You try it. Oh, no. Sorry, those aren't good enough for you guys. I really should have saved those for the other smaller channel. Burps are us. I'm just gonna make a channel called Burps Are Us, and every day I'm gonna upload a new burp. It's what's really gonna pop me off. It's gonna be the one. Who'd have thought? That's all I do all this time. Burp once a day. Hi. Getting in there, licking on it, aren't you? banger. I leave that to the professionals. They can take it. Half of the money though. Take my burps. Use them. Take half of it. What the hell is she doing? What is she doing? She just turns around. Did you see that? Oh. Oh, there she is. Trying to eat the plants. I had to just sniff at them. Well, I think Crossback's gone though. I haven't seen it in a while. How'd it happen? Putin issues stunning reversal on direct peace talks with Ukraine 5 hours ago. Uh-oh. Oh. Coffee. It's time to ramp it up a notch. I saw Bitcoin decoupled from crypto. I mean, crypto decoupled from stocks today. Still doing it? Oh. Holy shit, my headset is broken. Oh. Alright. Things was not also all horrible. Things falling apart. Yeah, Bitcoin's over 90K again. 90,743. For some reason, huge pump today. Yesterday. 84 to 90,000. Almost 7% yesterday. 20th. I don't know how sweet Crossback was. I'd always see him chasing cats in the alley. That was a Male for sure. Big old balls.
Spirit.
Ms. Harris, so there's a lot of concern about line drawing and what this would mean, and maybe some of that would be handled under strict scrutiny or under Smith. I mean, it's not saying that anybody wins or loses if we're just talking about initial steps, but to the point of line drawing, is there a way, let's imagine that the court decided that there was a burden here, that a free exercise right was triggered, that the government thinks we should be careful about to not implicate other things. I'm thinking about, what if a teacher was transgender and the student was very respectful to the teacher but didn't want to use the pronouns, and the parents didn't want the child to use the pronouns, let's say, you know, call the teacher Mr., you know, when she was transgender, when the teacher was transgender. Same for a student in the classroom. You know, those might present different issues that would be more difficult. So is there something that the government has in mind that would be some limiting principle?
Yes, so just to take the limiting principle first and then your pronoun hypothetical second. With respect to the limiting principle on what a burden is, I think it's almost, this is the easy case because you have parents' religious obligations and the obligations encompass being exposed to material, and it's just an outright prohibition. But I think Professor Gorgas's article is actually a very good guide to different kinds of burdens that might arise in this context or others that wouldn't qualify. So take the hypothetical of parents want to opt out from school for a month to take their kids on a religious pilgrimage. If your faith is indifferent to doing so in September versus during like spring break or summer recess, you don't have a burden on your religious exercise because you have equally available alternative means of doing your religious exercise that don't require the opt-out and don't really put you to the choice that we're talking about. So when you're thinking about things that aren't sort of the prohibition on exposure things, I think there are real teeth in this doctrine, and there's a lot of hypotheticals that you can think of in the school context that would implicate that. With respect to your pronouns hypothetical, I actually think that's a case that raises even more concerns in the sense that you also have, and this is what the Court of Appeals cases bear out, potential compelled speech concerns with respect to you are requiring everyone else in the classroom, first of all, free exercise issues, but also compelled speech issues to refer to a particular person by pronouns. That's how the cases are kind of getting litigated out in the lower courts right now.
Thank you.
Understand? Probably talking too much. I'm going to have to slow your roll a little bit. There.
A New Mexico judge resigned from the bench after an alleged Tren de Aragua gang member was arrested at his home. Doña Ana County Magistrate Judge Joel Cano wrote his resignation on March 3rd, but the Supreme Court and 3rd Judicial District Court did not receive it till March 31st. A spokesman for the Administrative Office of the Courts, AOC, told Fox News Digital. Homeland Security Investigations Las Cruces began looking into Venezuelan native Christian Ortega Lopez in January. Lopez is an illegal alien from Venezuela and a suspected member of a criminal gang who was residing with other illegal aliens and in possession of firearms, court documents suggest. 2 search warrants were executed at a home investigators on February 28th, identified as owned by Cano's wife, Nancy Cano. Ortega Lopez and his roommates were taken into custody, and agents seized 4 firearms from April Cano's residence. April Cano is the daughter of Nancy and Joel. Court documents state, Ortega Lopez was found by investigators posing with weapons in social media posts, some of which he said were owned by April Cano, who allowed him to hold and sometimes shoot various firearms. Ortega Lopez admitted to illegally entering the U.S. from Mexico in December 2023, according to court documents. He reportedly told investigators he was living in an El Paso apartment with 5 others when he met Nancy Cano. To install a glass door for her, he continued to do a few jobs for Nancy Cano, and after being evicted from the apartment in April 2024, Nancy Cano offered her casita in the back of the residence she shared with her husband, Joel Cano. Court documents state, the suspect made his first appearance in a Las Cruces court on March 3rd. During a detention hearing on March 14th, U.S. Magistrate Judge Damian L. Martinez asked Assistant United States Attorney, AUSA, Maria Armijo if she knew Judge Cano. When Armijo said she did not, Judge Martinez said he had met him outside the courtroom several times, adding, I don't think he would just let anybody live in his property. Martinez said Ortega Lopez was not a flight risk or danger to the community and ordered him to be released. On April 8th, a motion was filed by an assistant U.S. attorney to reconsider Ortega Lopez's pretrial release order. Records from Doña Ana County Assessor's Office say the home Ortega Lopez was arrested at is owned by both Nancy and Jose Cano, who goes by Joel. Cano's resignation letter stated his last day on the job was March 21st. All the best to every one of you, Joel Cano wrote. I wish all of you a happy retirement once you are ready yourself. Democratic Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham will appoint someone to fill the vacancy through the remainder of the judge's unexpired 4-year term that runs until the end of 2026, the AOC said. The Supreme Court has scheduled an oral argument on April 24th, which is public and will be live streamed concerning Judge Cano, spokesman Barry Massey said.
Oh, dumbass. Why would he do that? Why would he let the guy live with him? And face tattoos and shit. You're a judge. I'm a progressive judge, though. I let the convicts live with me. Judges should do it. Don't make them go to prison. Let them move in your backyard.
So more than 500 accused criminal immigrants were arrested in Virginia, including more than 100 suspected members of gangs, including MS-13 and Tren de Aragua. Now, the feds in the state teamed up to launch this operation about 2 months ago. Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin joins me now. Governor, great to have you with us. Give us a sense of this operation, how it works with the government agencies and the state agencies, and who you rounded up.
Yeah, well, good afternoon, Martha. And this has been an unprecedented collaboration between the federal government agencies and state resources in order to go get bad guys. And there's over 200 law enforcement heroes led by the U.S. Attorney's Office, but also including ICE, the FBI, the DEA, and, of course, our Virginia State Police and our Department of Corrections. And that has allowed us to collaborate. It's allowed us to unwind networks. And yes, we have arrested 521 violent illegal immigrants, over 130 of which are known members of international terrorist gangs. And these are folks that have been taken off the streets of Virginia, and we're a lot safer because of this. And I'll just reiterate that when President Trump came in, he said he was going to secure the border, and that's exactly what he's done. We've seen a 95% drop in illegal border crossings, and now we're going after the bad guys. And these these violent illegal immigrants need to be arrested. They have been causing extraordinary chaos, and this is our chance to work together with the federal government in this way that I think is the national model in order to round up and arrest so many bad guys over a sustained period of time.
Well, let us know, who did you get, and what will they be charged with, I think are two big questions. I'm also curious where you're holding them and what will happen to them.
Well, of course, they, first of all, are known members of MS-13 and Tren de Aragua and other international gang organizations. They're also violent criminals who should have been deported but weren't. And now we are able to go arrest them because of the collaboration with the Trump administration and the federal resources. And, of course, they're being held by federal authorities. They're being processed and charged in an appropriate way, case by case by case, and they're being deported as appropriate. And this is a really important step for us because this collaboration across the U.S. Attorney's Office, Attorney General Pam Bondi's team, the Director Kash Patel's team, along with the extensive group from Homeland Security, all the way from Secretary Noem and Tom Homan, and of course the HSI ERO team, has enabled us to deputize our state police, deputize our Department of Corrections team, and we've been able to unwind these gang networks ranging all the way from those that had been operating inside our state correctional network all the way through to those that were, of course, doing such harm on the ground. We're finding these folks in the midst of normal neighborhoods. They've been living amongst us, and it's a great opportunity for us to continue to make sure that we are eradicating these violent criminals from our neighborhoods.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if any of these individuals turn over evidence on other people who are out there. I'm sure that's going to be part of the process. So I'm sure you may have been surprised to learn that there were 500 that you picked up, but there may be more out there as part of this process. So Governor Youngkin, it's always great to have you with us. Thank you for telling us. Did you want to share one more thing here?
Thank you for having me. Yeah, I was just going to say that's exactly how this is working, which is we use this extended period of unwinding these networks to go find the next group of these illegal violent criminals. And that's allowing us to collect more than 500 going forward. The sustained effort is what's important. It's not a one and done. It is a long-term effort in order to make sure that we unwind this gang activity. And I think it's incredibly important to compare what's going on in Virginia to what's going on in other states like in Maryland, where you actually see a senator and governor stand up for someone who, in fact, was a member and is a member of a gang, as found by multiple judges, and they're standing up to protect that person. Listen, we're going to work in Virginia to make sure these folks are arrested.
Well, hopefully it makes your state safer, and it seems like you got some coordination from this administration that you didn't have the last time around. So, Governor Youngkin, it's always good to have you with us, sir. Thank you very much.
Great. Thanks a ton.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
You got an appointment. Have her yearly. how fat you. I'll be able to ask if I should change to adult food now or not. She's still on kitten food. Should I switch to adult yet? And be overweight. Chubby. What else am I out for? Burns. I think he's doing alright. I like Simon, where I got a bunch of different stuff I gotta remember to bring up. She's not peeing nearly as much as she used to, so that's gotten a little better. Respiration's kind of high, but that's probably just is. Yeah, got better though. I think she sometimes a little care. Better now. Every time I position her feet so that she's sitting on them instead of her anus, she bites me. She really wants her anus on me. Erotica. 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 Oh, it's kitty anus. Oh, it won't let me do anus. Never mind. Wait. How about the anus? Simon's up there. Sweep down here. Didn't hurt. That wasn't a butthole. Oh, yeah. What in the heck, man? Hey, like it's a weekend or something. Everybody, everything. Everything! All the stuff happened. Oh. ICE must reinstate legal status of 133 international students. Did they? I don't know. Is that what the news saying? In the blowfish?
This is Rachel Maddow.
Okay, it says melting. Oh, I'm sorry, Brody. Still gonna be just as Canadian to me, though, with or without the snow. Need this. Not what makes you, dude.
Place the mosquito coil in boiling water and you'll be surprised by the results. After I learned this trick, I never had this problem in my house again. And yes, that's exactly right. All you need is a pot with hot water. Use an old pot that you don't use anymore. Into the pot, add 2 mosquito repellent coils. Yeah, now let's add some cloves. Next ingredient we'll use is coarse salt. After some time, you will notice that the color of the water has changed. Turn off the heat and let the mixture cool down a bit. Once it's cooled, remove the mosquito coils and transfer the...
Take this moment to tell me which city or country you're watching from.
70% alcohol. It not only preserves the mixture, but finally let's finish with some peppermint essence, another very important ingredient. To complete the process, pour the mixture into a spray bottle. The secret of this amazing homemade product is that it is a powerful homemade insect repellent. It keeps all kinds of insects away, including mosquitoes, cockroaches, ants, spiders, and other unwanted pests. Place the mosquito coil in boiling water and you'll be surprised by the results. After I learned this trick,
Dude, this guy is making the rounds for the wrong reasons. Long Beach is making...
in Long Beach.
I first saw this on Reddit, and it's making the rounds now. Reddit put it on blast.
Sharing video and details of a man violently choking,
the whole video is hard to watch, dude. He's so...
cut out the brutal version of this video for sensitive viewers.
Big City slams it on the ground.
Watching LA Live News Tonight. I'm Christine Devine.
And I'm Susan Hirosuna. Thanks for joining us. I'm here for Marla Tellez. All right, we want to warn you again that the full video can be hard to watch. It was posted on a neighborhood app.
Now the Long Beach Police Department is getting involved. We go live to Long Beach. That's where we find Fox 11's Ed Lascos with more. Ed?
I was supposed to post
Christine,
this
is security video we're talking about here. Sickening video, to be honest with you, and also, to be honest with you, good to make that warning. I saw this video once, and I don't even want to see it again. It really will. It's tough to watch. It happens early this morning in an alley off 12th Street, just off Long Beach Boulevard, as the metro tracks run along there in a vacant yard. Here's the video. Watch it. The man is walking. He has a dog on the leash over his shoulder, then he slams the dog down to the ground. Body slams the dog down, and then we'll freeze it, but he winds up, kicks the dog in its side as the dog is down on the ground. You hear the dog, you can hear it whimpering as he yanks the leash and makes the dog walk away in pain. The video has gone viral, and this video now has neighbors saying it has gone just way too far. Several of them, a group of them out about an hour or so ago with these flyers, putting them all over that area. A picture of this creep that they want arrested off the streets ASAP. The heading on that flyer says a severe animal abuser. He's the target, I can tell you, of a search by Long Beach police this hour in that neighborhood.
They got to be able to find
and
this
the folks
guy.
who've been watching that video say they can't believe it happened in their neighborhood, but they say this one is just out of control. Listen.
It was horrific. It's horrific. I've never seen anything like it. It was the most horrific abuse of an animal that I've ever seen.
And then he just slams it, and then he just picks him up,
and then just puts him in the back, and then he kind of hits a white car and then just proceeds to keep on going down this alley. And so, I mean, like, that was the screams of like, it's just, I mean, it's pretty messed up.
That was the dog screaming?
Yeah, that was the dog, like, whimpering. Yeah, it was literally crying.
That's
the first I've heard it.
A sound you never want to hear, the dog whimpering, crying out in pain. I can tell you Long Beach police are very aware of this. They're out with a statement right now saying that they will not tolerate animal abuse of any kind in their city. They want this guy off the streets ASAP as well. They're asking anyone who might have information to give them a call. Also, I can tell you, if it helps out, PETA is getting involved with all of this, offering a $5,000 reward for the arrest of this creep. Everybody wants it because they're concerned if he has this type of violence against the dog, it can easily escalate. They're also looking, I have to tell you, for that dog. They don't know if it survived. Still no sign of the dog injured or who knows what might have happened at this point. For now, we're live in Long Beach. Back to the west side we go.
So, and obviously they have the video there. Do they have any leads? Like, do they think it's someone who lives in the area? Is it an unhoused person? Is it somebody? I thought they had a skateboard. Is that right?
Yeah, had a skateboard, and one of the other folks who was walking by along Long Beach Boulevard, you know, where the metro goes by there, he was saying that, looking at that video and looking at the flyers, he recognized that guy, and he said he usually is wandering around in that area, in the alleyways there by that vacant yard, early in the morning, and this was about 5:30 this morning, so he said he recognized him. To that point, I can tell you, when we were out there, several Long Beach black and whites, their cruisers going back through that neighborhood, so yeah, there's an active search underway. Everybody wants this guy off the streets.
And nobody knows for sure if that dog was that man's dog. That could be a possibility, too.
No one knows at this point, no.
I just gotta get back up.
This video of a man swinging from a construction crane high above downtown Austin was recorded by Jack Zimmerman Sunday morning. Zimmerman was in a high-rise across from a building known as the Republic. Work crews were back Monday at the 48-story building. The video from Sunday was posted on a social media site and quickly went viral. Among those who viewed the post was Eric Tucker.
I thought that was pretty crazy. I thought maybe it's a new form of base jumping.
Do you think it was real?
No, I thought it was AI. But then again, I don't know. It's just crazy people nowadays.
Several people were in Republic Square Sunday and witnessed the stunt.
I could not watch after I saw him dangling there because I thought he was going to cut the cable or whatever.
You just thought he was going to jump?
Yeah, I did.
The man made several wide swings from the crane. If you look close, a selfie stick appears to be in one of his hands. And on the crane's arm, there appears to be a second person watching as the man swings below.
I want to know how he got up there. I mean, and did you see the selfie pole too? Right. I want to see his perspective.
There have been other cases of crane climbing in Austin back in September of 2023. First responders brought a man down from a site along 6th Street. A year earlier, at the Republic site, a man was arrested and charged with trespassing. Sunday's incident may be a familiar criminal act, but it was still frightening for those who gathered around a nearby coffee shop.
It was crazy. We were all very scared, just staring up there the whole time, worried he was going to fall, but luckily he didn't, and I guess he got away.
In the climb back to the arm of the crane, you can see that there's a safety line attached to the man. This video from Eve Lessing provides a 700-foot perspective of the escape that followed.
And he climbed himself back up, and then the arms right here that are attached to the building, he climbed over into the building, and then you never saw him again.
What? He got away, dude. I didn't know that part. I'm on riding my down to the store. Isn't it trippy we sit in a chair in a car? Feels like we should have to run in that thing.
You've probably seen the viral sugar cookie cake pop hack, and I wanted to try it for myself.
What?
It's supposed to be the easiest way to make cake pops at home, and all you do is dump your cookies into the mixer, add a little bit of cream cheese, and mix it all together. Then you just cake pop as usual. And I had actually tried making cake pops for the first time just before this, and I discovered that I don't actually like making them that much because it takes a long time to roll them and dip them, and I just decided that I don't want to do that. So I did a few normal cake pops for the sake of the experiment, and then with the rest of the dough, I just shaped it into a heart because it was right before Valentine's Day, and hearts are a nice shape. So after they chilled in the freezer for a little bit, I just drizzled my chocolate right on there, easy peasy, probably saved myself at least like 14 hours. I smoothed it out a little bit, gave it a little shake, which was really satisfying. And then I just trimmed off a little bit of excess just to clean it up.
Damn it, Bob!
For
You're asking me
decoration,
questions.
I gave it a nice drizzle and sprinkled on some gold sprinkles, because why
I
not?
couldn't want the first
And that was
time.
it. I was very happy with my decision. And it tasted like Play-Doh in a good way. You've probably seen the viral sugar cookie cake pop hack.
Oh, I wanted to try. Oh, it did. It worked. Oh, dude, that's like a righteous link to hang out. This the link, Bob. Work. Not working, right? That'll work. Yeah, perfect. Word question mark if it'll work. It does. Good shit. AI in action. I can make it so that you can ask questions and it'll post certain links, like maybe you ask what's your YouTube channel and Bob will answer YouTube channel link. Other things too. I ask like how long I've been streaming and it'll like respond with how long. Or I can even have it to where it makes its own response. AI to craft a response. So I can tell it kind of what I want as a response, so that each time it'll be a little different.
All right, we're placing our pickles down onto our parchment paper, and we're gonna put about 10 pickles to form a pickle taco shell. And we can fit about 3 or 4 of those taco shells on a cookie sheet. Now we're gonna place about 1/4 cup of shredded cheddar cheese on top of each of our pickle piles. And our oven is preheated to 350 degrees. We're gonna throw these in for about 25 minutes until that cheese is nice and crispy. All right, and after about 25 minutes, our pickle tortillas are ready. I let these cool for about 10 minutes. Go ahead and flip that over and look at that perfect pickle tortilla. We're gonna put a little sour cream on one side, our taco meat, a scoop of our onion cilantro relish, and a few more dill pickles.
Ew.
Fold it up and you have a perfect dill pickle taco. Let's try it out. That is so good. You gotta try this. All right, we're placing our pickles down onto our parchment paper.
But how about a little sodium with your taco there, buddy? Like, tacos aren't salty enough. Ew. Ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Why didn't you watch it?
County, Florida. ICE Houston hasn't seen anyone since and returned to the
That, so you didn't watch it?
Good afternoon, everybody. Good to see you all. The thoughts and prayers of the entire White House remain with all of the Catholics around the world who are mourning the death of Pope Francis. Pope Francis touched millions of lives and dedicated his life to serving the Catholic Church. As a mark of respect for his memory, President Trump ordered flags be flown at half-staff, and he will be traveling to attend his funeral in Rome. The president will depart from Washington on Friday morning and return to the United States on Saturday evening following the funeral service. I can also confirm the dates of the president's trip to the Middle East. He will travel to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates from May 13th until May 16th. And on Thursday of this week, President Trump will welcome Norwegian Prime Minister at the White House for a working visit. The two leaders will discuss trade and regional security. This will be the 13th head of state visit of President Trump's term already. At the border, President Trump continues to deliver on his promise to make America safe again. The Wall Street Journal captured the Trump effect in a recent article. Border crossings grind to a halt as Trump's tough policies take hold. U.S. Customs and Border Protection recorded its lowest southwest border crossings in history in March, and we're seeing the same successes at our northern border. Here's how the New York Post put it. Northern border sector previously overrun by illegal migrants sees dramatic drop in crossings. We haven't seen anyone since November, end quote. According to U.S. Customs and Border Protection, just 54 illegal aliens were apprehended in the Swanton sector of our northern border, which stretches more than 300 miles in March. This is a drastic 95% drop from the more than 1,000 border crossings that were caught in March 2024. This is a main hotspot area that recorded more than 80% of all apprehensions along the northern border during the 2024 fiscal year. And new reporting from the Washington Times fully highlights the difference in Joe Biden's disgraceful approach to the border compared to President Trump's. Under Trump, border catch and release has dropped 99.99% from worst Biden month. You can't get much better than that. This statistic in particular is astounding. Border Patrol agents caught and immediately released 189,604 illegal aliens into the United States in December 2023 at the height of the Biden border crisis. But under President Trump, Border Patrol agents caught and released only 20 illegal aliens into the U.S. in the month of February. Thanks to President Trump, operational control of the border is becoming a reality, and the administration's historic enforcement measures are yielding huge results. Illegal aliens are finally getting the blunt message. If you cross the border illegally, you will be swiftly deported and never return to the United States of America. Efforts to arrest the criminal illegal alien invaders are continuing to ramp up. ICE Chicago arrested a Mexican national convicted of predatory sexual assault of a child in Cook County, Illinois. This week, ICE Denver arrested a Mexican national convicted of sexual assault of a child in Houston County, Texas. ICE Miami arrested a Nicaraguan convicted of aggravated battery in Hillsborough County, Florida. ICE Houston arrested a Salvadorian national convicted of attempted sexual assault of a child in Escape in Dallas County, Texas. And ICE Chicago arrested a Mexican national convicted of aggravated sexual abuse of a minor in Illinois. Despite the Democrats' insane objections, President Trump will continue to embolden law enforcement officers to arrest dangerous legal alien criminals and keep our communities safe. And also thanks to President Trump's America First economic approach, investments continue to pour into our country. Swiss pharmaceuticals company announced they will be investing $50 billion in the United States over the next 5 years, creating 12,000 new quality jobs. Regeneron Pharmaceuticals also agreed to pay Fujifilm Technologies more than $3 billion over the next decade to help manufacture its medicines in the United States. It's a top priority for President Trump to ensure we are producing critical medicines and pharmaceutical drugs right here in America, and that is exactly what we continue to see happen every day. In other news, the Trump administration has announced we will put an end to Joe Biden's illegal student loan bailout attempts. No student loan has been referred to collection since March of 2020. That comes to an end. On May 5th, the Department of Education will resume involuntary collections for borrowers with defaulted federal student loans. The student loan portfolio controlled by the federal government is nearly $1.6 trillion. But fewer than 4 out of 10 borrowers are in repayment. This is unsustainable, unfair, and a huge liability for American taxpayers. Debt cannot be wiped away. It just ends up getting transferred to others. So why should Americans who didn't go to college or went to college and responsibly paid back their loans pay for the student loans of other Americans? The Trump administration will never force taxpayers to pay student loan debts that don't belong to them. Student loan borrowers need clarity, and we're finally giving it to them. Borrowers will now be clearly expected to repay their loans, and those who default on their loan obligations will face involuntary collections. The government can and will collect defaulted federal student loan debt by withholding money from borrowers, tax refunds, federal pensions, and even their wages. America is $36 trillion in debt. We must get our fiscal house in order and restore common sense to our country. If you take out a loan, you have to pay it back. It's very simple. President Trump will not kick the can down the road anymore. Before we open it up to questions today, I want to commend our pool photographer who is in the room with us today. ABC News photojournalist Melissa Young is retiring after 44 incredible years on the job, covering here at the White House. Melissa, congratulations. You have the largest round of applause I've ever heard in this room. So there's something we can all agree on, and you've had an incredible career here covering the White House. So congratulations to you, and we hope you enjoy retirement. Oh, I will. I'm sure you will. And everybody else in the room will be very jealous of you as you're enjoying your rest. All right, let's get to it. We have an individual in our new media seat today. His name is Tim Pool. He's a political commentator and a media entrepreneur with millions of followers, a very big platform. Currently hosts Timcast IRL, a daily news and discussions show, and The Culture War, a weekly podcast exploring cultural and political issues. His programs feature in-depth conversations on topics such as free speech, censorship, identity politics, and societal change, often engaging with a diverse range of guests. He's in Washington today because we are also hosting a local media row across the street in the Eisenhower building, which is a testament to our commitment to bring new voices into the White House to cover the president and this administration. So Tim, why don't you kick us off today?
Yes, many of the news organizations that are represented in this room have marched in lockstep on false narratives, such as the Very Fine People hoax, the Covington smear, and now what's being called the Maryland Man hoax, where an MS-13 gang member adjudicated by 2 different judges, I believe, is just simply being referred to as a Maryland Man over and over again. Now, in an effort from the White House to expand access to new companies, you've created this new media seat. So I'm wondering if you can comment on following this expansion, you've had numerous outlets disparage the companies that you've had sit here, as well as the reporters. I'm wondering if you can comment on the unprofessional behavior, as well as elaborate if there's any plans to expand access to new companies.
Sure. Well, we certainly welcome diverse viewpoints in this room, which is one of the reasons we have you in here, and there's many new faces in this room in comparison to the previous administrations. We want to welcome all viewpoints into this room. We welcome unbiased journalists who really care about the truth and the facts and the accuracy conspiracy, and you rightfully pointed out the Maryland man story, which I, from this podium, when The Atlantic published it on that very first day, I came to this podium and said, this is wrong. The press in this room have this story wrong, and we have seen more and more evidence come to the table that we have had all along. We were always right. The president was always on the right side of this issue to deport this illegal criminal from our community. And it is despicable to see the media continue to refer to this individual as someone who is just a peaceful man living his life in Maryland. This was and always has been an illegal criminal, an MS-13 gang member, and a designated foreign terrorist, and the administration maintains our position to deport these individuals from our community. So thank you for being here, Tim. It's great to see you. Thank you. Dasha, why don't you kick us off?
Oh, thank you, Caroline.
You're welcome.
I really appreciate it. I have two questions, one on the Pentagon and another on the economy. You said on Fox News that the entire Pentagon is working against Secretary Hegseth, but the people who were fired were Hegseth's own guys. So how do you square that, and what do you say to concerns that that's bad management?
They were Pentagon employees who leaked against their boss to news agencies in this room, and it's been clear since day one from this administration that we are not going to tolerate individuals who leak to the mainstream media, particularly when it comes to sensitive information. And the Secretary of Defense is doing a tremendous job, and he is bringing monumental change to the Pentagon. And there's a lot of people in this city who reject monumental change, and I think, frankly, that's why we've seen a smear campaign against the Secretary of Defense since the moment that President Trump announced his nomination before the United States Senate. Let me reiterate, the President stands strongly behind Secretary Hegseth and the change that he is bringing to the Pentagon, and the results that he's achieved thus far speak for themselves.
Is there an FBI investigation into the leaks? The Secretary said that these people would be prosecuted, so is the FBI investigating?
You'd have to ask the FBI, you have to ask the Department of Justice on what they plan to do, but certainly we take leaks with the utmost seriously across this administration. You've seen people fired from the Department of Homeland Security. The President has made it clear it's an unacceptable behavior.
And on the economy, Caroline, Peter Navarro said that it's perfectly possible to do 90 deals in 90 days. We haven't seen one just yet. How soon might we see a deal, and what evidence can you share that progress is being made in these trade negotiations?
Sure. Well, I spoke to our entire trade team this morning. There is a lot of progress being made. We now have 18 proposals on paper that have been brought to the trade team. Again, these are proposals on paper that countries have proposed to the Trump administration and to our government. You have Secretary Bessent, Secretary Lutnick, Ambassador Greer, NEC Director Hassett, and
so I can get my license.
the entire trade team meeting with 34 countries this week alone. We are moving at Trump speed to ensure these deals are made on behalf of the American worker and the American people. And just yesterday, it seemed to get a little bit lost in the news, and I think it's a disservice to the American public that it did. The Vice President announced terms of reference for a trade deal with India. That is a big deal. We know when we look at the numbers, the monetary trade barriers and the non-monetary trade barriers from India, they have been ripping off the United States and American workers for a very long time. So the fact that the Vice President with Prime Minister Modi on that trip in India announced these terms of reference, which is essentially a framework to move the ball forward to sign a good trade deal between our two nations, is great progress, and it speaks to the work ethic and the real labor that's being put into this effort by the President's trade team. Sure. Go ahead.
Does the proposals that you talk about, is that enough to extend the pauses on these reciprocal tariffs, or does the president need to see, you know, these deals inked and signed to offer any sort of additional extension beyond the 90 days?
Well, look, ask me in July when the deadline hits. I know I'll be answering those questions from all of you in this room. There's a lot of time left, and the president's trade team is working again at Trump speed as quickly as they can to ensure that these deals can be made.
Are any of those conversations yet with China happening?
I actually do have something to share on that. I asked the president about this before coming out here, and he wanted me to share with all of you that we're doing very well in respect to a potential trade deal with China. As I mentioned, there have now been 18 proposals in more than 100 countries around the world who are wanting to make a deal with the United States of America, and the president and the administration are setting the stage for a deal with China. So we feel everyone involved wants to see a trade deal happen, and the ball is moving in the right direction.
Sure.
Setting the stage for a deal with China, what does that mean? Has the
Dom is
president
sitting in
spoken
front of the
directly
house
to Xi
on the sidewalk.
I don't have anything to read out on a direct talk between the president and President Xi, but we will continue to keep you updated.
And Secretary Bessent reportedly today told investors that the trade standoff with China he expects will be de-escalating soon because, as he described it, reportedly the situation is unsustainable. Is the president considering taking steps to de-escalate the situation with China?
Again, I just read you words directly from the President of the United States. Those are moments ago. That's where his head is at right now. Sure.
Caroline, I had two questions, one on immigration and one on China. First on immigration. Roughly how many illegal immigrants and aliens do we have in our country, and how many does the administration plan on deporting?
Sure. Well, you'd have to ask the Department of Homeland Security for a specific number, but we suspect it's definitely in the millions, perhaps upwards of 20 million people that were allowed into the country illegally by the previous administration. And the president and his team are focused on deporting as many as we possibly can, and they are moving as quickly as possible. The president's team has made it clear we need more funding from Congress to do more. We need more ICE agents out on the ground doing this very important work. And we also need rogue district court judges to stop acting as judicial activists, trying to block the administration from deporting illegal criminals from our nation's interior. The American public elected the president to do this, and he's following through with that promise.
And we have over 250,000 Chinese nationals in our country right now on student visas. Does the administration believe there's any national security concern when it comes to those over 250,000 Chinese nationals in our country?
Well, as you know, when it comes to foreign visas, the Secretary of State has the right to revoke visas of those who we feel are acting in an adversarial way to our foreign policy interests here in the United States. He has that authority according to the Immigration and Nationality Act. So I would defer you to the State Department for any individual case, but they are looking at individuals who are given the privilege of being on a visa in our country, and if they are acting, again, adversarial to our foreign policy interests, their visa can be revoked, and they should be aware of that. Sure. Go ahead. Yes. I'm calling on you.
Thank you, Caroline.
You're welcome.
Over the last few weeks, several countries have warned their citizens about travel to the U.S., and the Department of Commerce's own stats know that from a lot of countries, the number of visitors is falling. Does the White House have any message for people that might be reconsidering business or tourism travel to the U.S.?
Where did you see that report?
With the statistics coming from the Department of Commerce.
Said what? It's hard to hear you. Sorry.
That visitors from a lot of countries have fallen in the last 3 months.
I'd have to look at that report to comment on the
I
merits
guess
of it.
I
I
won't
think most
be
people
able to
around the
tell
world
if you were
recognize
cheating
United
because you
States of
deleted
America
the
is a great place
stream.
to do business. It's
Yeah.
a beautiful place to visit, and they should certainly come here because it's a much safer country than it was 4 years ago under the previous president. Libby, good to see you.
Caroline, a question about this upcoming announcement from HHS to ban food dyes. During the first week of the administration, the FDA announced that it's pulling its plan to ban menthol cigarettes. So two questions for you. How do you square a ban on menthol cigarettes being pulled and then announcing this ban on food dyes? And then how does the president feel about this upcoming ban that's that RFK is going to announce?
Sure. Well, look, the Secretary of Health and Human Services, the president nominated him because he trusts him to make this country healthy again. It's not just a slogan, it really is a movement that has broken ground across the country. There's millions of people who believe in RFK Jr., Secretary Kennedy, and what he's doing. I don't want to get ahead of HHS with this historic announcement later and the details of it, but obviously the Secretary feels that he has reason and evidence to announce the ban on artificial dyes later, and I'll let him speak to that this afternoon. Phil.
The president started the process of reclassifying more than 50,000 federal employees as Schedule F. We've already seen him march through a number of government agencies. I'm curious, should we expect mass firings, or is this a case-by-case approach, a scalpel or a sledgehammer?
Well, look, as you saw on Friday, the president put out a statement about it. The Office of Personnel Management reclassified workers. They're now called Scheduled Policy/Career. And all the president is trying to do is ensure that federal workers are being held accountable for corrupt behavior. If they are engaging in corruption as a government worker, they should no longer have their job. I think that's pretty common sense. He also believes that bureaucrats should be acting in accordance to the will of the American public, who duly elected this president. Not just this president, but all future presidents. If you work for the government, you should be adhering to the will of the American public and advancing the administration's goals and interests. And if you are not doing that, then you should go find another job whose interests you align with. So As for specific firings, I would defer you to the specific agencies, but the president in this move and Office of Personnel Management, it will make it easier to get rid of rogue bureaucrats who are engaging in corruption.
And then another quick question about Google real quick. A federal court ruled last Thursday that Google's dominance of online advertising and ad tech markets violated U.S. antitrust laws. I know the president has spoken to a number of folks in big tech, and Google's CEO was even at his inauguration. I'm curious, what is the president's reaction to that court ruling?
I'll have to ask him, and I'll get back to you, Phil.
Thank you, Caroline.
You're welcome. John.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. Some economic questions for you. Kevin Hassett has been a key economic advisor to the president in both of his terms. In 2022...
And he still is.
And he still is.
He was just in my office.
Absolutely. In 2022, he said that the independence of the Fed is super important. That's a direct quote. Is that something that the president subscribes to? Does he still believe in the independence of the Federal Reserve?
Well, look, I think the president has made his position on the Fed and on Powell quite clear. The president believes that they have been making moves and taking action in the name of politics rather in the name of what's right for the American economy. The president has the right to express his displeasure with the Fed, and he has the right to say he believes interest rates should be lower. He believes Americans should be able to borrow money cheaper than they currently are right now. And I also spoke to Kevin Hassett about the Fed as well, and he has called into question the Fed's independence and whether they are actually doing things, again, out of the best interest of the economy, or are they doing it for partisan reasons. The president wants to see interest rates lower. He has made that quite clear.
We've also seen, if I may, I'm sorry, one more, Caroline, just about, I said two economic questions, about the dollar. We've seen the dollar at multi-year lows versus the euro and other currencies around the world. Is it the administration's policy for a strong dollar? How does it view the dollar versus other currencies around the world?
The president wants to see the dollar remain as the world's reserve currency for our long-term fiscal stability and our economic growth. He's been quite clear about that. Sure.
Two questions.
And then to the woman behind you, who I haven't seen before, welcome. Go ahead, Mary.
Earth Day and then the Supreme Court, if that's okay.
That's right. It's Earth Day.
Yes.
Happy Earth Day, everyone.
I saw the president truthing about the garbage pileup from China in the Pacific, and then I believe Lee Zeldin is headed to San Diego to investigate the pile of sewage from Mexico. Can you speak to what the White House has planned for Earth Day and anything in that arena?
Sure. I do have points from the EPA. Administrator Zeldin's doing a fantastic job, and they are always sharing their accomplishments with the White House, which we very much appreciate. He will be traveling. I believe he's in California today for sewage situation. Here you go. Administrator Zeldin met with his Mexican counterpart to discuss steps Mexico needs to take to ensure the water entering the United States is clean and safe. And he's holding a press conference in San Diego today with elected officials and local stakeholders on the Tijuana River sewage crisis. I would also add from the president himself, he has always maintained he wants America to have the cleanest air and the cleanest water, and we want to do what's right for our environment and for our earth, and a lot of that is making sure that we have clean and sustainable energy, and we know that we produce natural gas cleaner and more efficiently than any country in this world, and the president wants to see that continue.
Thank you. And then on the Supreme Court, I know the court is hearing a case dealing with parents who don't want their kids having to read gender ideology books in schools. Can you comment on that case and what the Trump administration hopes to see come from that?
Sure. We hope the Supreme Court will do the right thing, and the president has been very clear. He stands on the side of parental rights, and he believes strongly that parents should have a greater say in their children's education and the content, if you will, that children are being exposed to in our public school system. Sure. Go ahead.
Caroline, thank you.
Hi.
I'm Carolina Lumetta with World News Group. The administration ended some temporary protections for Afghans, including several hundred Christians who have been punished by the Taliban. Is the president considering any exceptions for Afghans who could face death or torture if they return to their home country?
So let's just be clear about one thing. We didn't end that proactively. It expired, and it's because the previous administration illegally paroled millions of people, or hundreds of thousands of people, I'm sorry, into the country, and then gave them temporary protective status, which again is a temporary status. It's not a permanent status in this country. And if there are individuals here who came in through the Biden administration who want to claim asylum, there is a legal process to do that, and those cases will be adjudicated by a judge on a case-by-case basis. We have a legal immigration process in this country for a reason, and all this administration is trying to do is effectuate that. Reagan.
Thank you, Caroline. I have two questions for you on immigration. March deportation numbers were down slightly from the same time period last year. SCOTUS recently ordered a pause on deporting turned-day arrival members with the Alien Enemies Act. I'm curious what other tools the administration is looking at to boost those deportation numbers.
Sure. Well, we are obviously complying with the court's order. However, it was a temporary pause. The Supreme Court basically said sit tight and they will follow up with an order, and we're confident that the Supreme Court will rule on the side of law and recognize the president absolutely has the executive authority to deport foreign terrorists from our nation's interior under the Alien Enemies Act. We feel very strongly about that, and we're confident the courts will side with the president and his executive authority. As for deportations, we continue to deport illegal criminals under Title VIII, which is an immigration authority given to our Border Patrol agents and the Department of Homeland Security to deport illegal criminals from this country. And the administration continues to do that at record speed as quickly as they can with the resources that they have.
The DOJ recently dropped charges against the MS-13 leader caught in Woodbridge, Virginia, with the idea that this will expedite the deportation process. Does the administration plan to drop charges against other criminal illegals to speed along the deportation process?
You'd have to ask the Department of Justice. Obviously, that's within their purview, and I can't speak for them. However, it is our goal to deport as many illegal criminals and aliens from our country as we possibly can, as quickly as we can. Jackie.
Thank you, Caroline. We've heard so much about this Saudi trip planning, and the president's mentioned it himself before, but I don't think we've ever heard on the record what he hopes to achieve in Saudi Arabia and what the purpose of the trip is.
Sure. Well, the president looks forward to this. It was supposed to be his first foreign visit, but of course now he is going to Rome this weekend to honor the Pope and attend the funeral. The president looks to strengthen the ties between the United States and these countries in which he will be visiting. He'll be having many bilateral meetings and talks, and we look forward to the trip and hope to see many of you there.
And the meetings in London this week, do they have any nexus with the plans in Saudi Arabia?
I can't speak to that. However, I do have an update on meetings when it comes to the Russia-Ukraine war. I was just in the Oval Office with the President, Steve Witkoff, and they wanted everybody to know that the negotiations continue. We feel, again, we're hopefully moving in the right direction, and the special envoy, Steve Witkoff, will be heading to Russia again later this week to continue talks with Vladimir Putin.
Is that why Rubio is not heading to London? Is he accompanying Witkoff to Moscow?
I can't speak for the Secretary of State's travel schedule. I'd defer you to the Department of State.
And more broadly, just about the peace agreement, the talks that are ongoing. Rubio had said, Secretary Rubio had said that if things don't go the right way, that the U.S. might need to take a step back. What does stepping back look like? Is that a step back from brokering peace, or would that imply a broader withdrawal from U.S. support for Ukraine and the war?
Look, I think it would be unwise for me to broadcast that from this podium. Ultimately, that's a decision for the president to make, but he's made it very clear he wants to see peace, he wants to see this war end, and he wants to stop the killing on both sides of this war, and he's been very clear about that for quite some time, and he has grown frustrated with both sides of this war, and he's made that very known.
Caroline?
Brian.
Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. Last week, the president talked about nonprofit groups, specifically taking on crew, and he hinted that there could be further actions taken against nonprofits. Does the White House have any plans for any sort of actions against NGOs, nonprofits, or other similar groups? Is any of that coming up? Is that being worked on at this time?
I'll have to check in with our policy team and get back to you. Sure.
Thank you, Caroline. Travis Gilmore with the Epoch Times. Are some colleges using taxpayer funds to further political agendas? And what is the administration's response to Harvard's lawsuit?
Sure. Well, the president has made it quite clear that it's Harvard who has put themselves in the position to lose their own funding by not obeying federal law. And we expect all colleges and universities who are receiving taxpayer funds to abide by federal law. It's quite simple. And the president made it clear he's not going to tolerate violations of federal law. He's not going to tolerate illegal harassment and violence towards Jewish American students or students of any faith on our campuses across the country. And so we will be responding to the lawsuit in court. And again, it's quite simple. If you want federal dollars, obey federal law.
And just to quickly follow up on China, any response to reports that China is targeting U.S. trade allies with potential retaliatory measures for supporting U.S. agendas?
I think the numbers and the sheer number of countries that have reached out to the United States and reached out to this administration to cut good trade deals speak for themselves. The entire world knows that they need the United States of America and they want to do business here, and so we'll stay focused on cutting good trade deals on behalf of the American worker. Stephanie.
Thank you, Carolyn. Can you give us any additional details from the president's call with Netanyahu today?
I did speak to the president about it. It was a good call. They spoke particularly about Iran and the negotiations that are underway with Iran and the United States. And the president has made it very clear repeatedly, but I'll reiterate, there is no daylight between the United States of America and the state of Israel. He stands strongly behind our ally. He's made it quite clear when it comes to Iran that we want to see a deal, and Iran has a choice to make, but the president has also made it very clear, and he reiterated that in his call with Prime Minister Netanyahu today about the need for Iran to never obtain a nuclear weapon. I do have one more bit of news that I would like to share with all of you. Just give me 1 second to find it. And it's in regards to the terrorist attack that took place in India earlier today. The president has been briefed by the National Security Advisor, and he's being kept up to speed as more facts are learned. What we know already is dozens were killed and even more were injured in a brutal terrorist attack in a popular tourist location in South Kashmir. President Trump will be speaking with Prime Minister Modi as soon as he possibly can to express his heartfelt condolences for those lost. And our prayers are with those injured and our nation's support for our ally India. These types of horrific events by terrorists are why those of us who work for peace and stability in the world continue our mission. So we'll give you a readout of that call later this afternoon. There's a lot of work to be had. You may hear from the president later this afternoon as well, and we'll see you all later. Thank you.
Were any Americans among those dual American citizens?
We'll keep you posted.
Thanks.
Meow. Hello. Hello.
I don't have time. I'm not going to make an appointment for it to be at. I'm back though. Paperwork I need. DMV isn't that bad. I don't think it is. The welfare office, bad. Once you've been to the food stamp office, the DMV ain't shit.
Well, ICE gave Fox News exclusive behind-the-scenes access to one of its immigration processing centers. The Montgomery facility in Conroe, Texas, is 40 miles north of Houston. It processes 400 to 500 detainees a week, and Brooke Taylor got to check it out. Hey, Brooke.
Hi, Dana. Well, this facility is a really unique one because it's one of the few in the country specifically designed for ICE detention. So you have everything inside of here, from medical to a full-fledged courthouse with 5 federal immigration courtrooms. We got this exclusive access and really got to see what it's like to be here. Everything from processing and booking to living conditions.
I went all the way to Santa Ana and back in for like an hour. I don't live far from a DMV. I doubt I'd be gone much longer than an hour if I went there either.
We process between 400 and 500 aliens here every week.
In what ICE calls one of the most full access tours, Fox News gets an exclusive look inside the Montgomery Processing Center outside of Houston, Texas. This is one of 134 ICE detention facilities across the country. According to ICE data, there are nearly 48,000 illegal migrants in ICE custody nationwide. Of those, 54% are charged or convicted criminals.
We're simply looking to enforce the laws of the United States and treat detainees with respect. But they do.
When was the last time you went to Long Beach VA?
With limited bed space, deportation officers prioritize the detention of illegal migrants based on being a flight risk and any potential threat to public safety. And roughly 80% of detainees here are either charged or convicted criminals. They're separated based on those crimes. We're standing right now in what's considered a high-risk dormitory because these are really the worst of the worst when it comes to those crimes.
We don't want them back in the communities. We don't want them harming U.S. citizens.
Some of the convictions include aggravated assault of a child, intoxicated manslaughter, and aggravated robbery. Senior leaders at the facility say they want to dispel misinformation about detention centers. What would your response be to those narratives that once you come here, you don't have access to that medical care?
They absolutely have access. Like I said, they're screened within 12 hours, access to sick call every day. Any chronic conditions, they are followed up within 48 hours of arrival. All medications are free. All treatment is free. Facility leaders say detainees have multiple ways to access legal help: 24/7 phones and tablets, pro bono legal resources, and law libraries. While not every detention facility has the same amenities, this facility has gyms and recreational activities. You're housing 80% criminals. This is also not meant to be a hotel.
It's not supposed to be a place you want to be, but it's also not supposed to be punitive. I mean, the object is to hold folks for the purposes of removal.
And currently, there's about 1,200 detainees inside this immigration facility. With this push for more deportations under this administration, obviously comes the need for more detention beds. So ICE tells me that since January 20th, they have expanded detention capacity by over 10,000 beds, Dana.
Brooke, you're getting some great stories. We appreciate you bringing them to us. Thank you.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Are you taking any legal steps in El Salvador? Taking legal steps in El Salvador. You talk about going through the diplomatic route with President Bukele, but are you taking action here legally because we also don't know what the agreement entails in El Salvador.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we have any comment on that.
No, we have no comment on that.
We have no comment on that. We're members of the United States Congress. We're here on behalf of our constituents because if this can happen to Abrego Garcia, happen to people from Venezuela, happening to so many people, it can also happen to our constituents. And any day now it could happen to citizens because the president himself said that in the Oval Office. This is an affront to our laws, and that's why we're here. We're here doing our jobs. We're representing the people that we were elected to represent, and we're not waiting till it gets so bad that there's nothing we can do. There's something we can do right now. There's something we can do.
Any other questions? I'm going to say one more thing also, another question. I'll have Congressman Dexter respond. I think it's really important for the people of El Salvador to know that if you look at recent polling in the United States that just happened 2 days ago, a strong majority of Americans believe that we should not be sending migrants without due process to El Salvador or any other foreign jail. The majority of Americans believe that what's happening here in El Salvador, the American people believe what's happening here in El Salvador is wrong and should be stopped.
That's bullshit.
People need to understand and
Why
know
does
that.
he just
Any final question?
lie to them?
Final question.
If the American people wanted that, they wouldn't have voted Trump in office, asshole.
Entiendo de que se pidió que viniera una delegación del Congreso y que esta fue rechazada la petición, pero que si esta se hubiera producido, habría venido al menos un congresista del Partido Republicano. Quisiera saber si han tenido acercamientos con congresistas del Partido Republicano que quieran venir al país. Y segundo, entiendo que el caucus hispano del Congreso pidió el acuerdo, porque el documento oficial que regula cómo funciona esto no ha sido público. Y si se ha producido esto, que se haya compartido el documento como tal.
So, just to be very clear, both Congressman Frost and I requested an official CODEL congressional delegation trip. The only members of Congress that have seen, for example, gone to CCOT, gone to the jail, have been Republicans. There actually have been CODELs that have just been Republican members of Congress only. No Democrat has been allowed to go there. And so we, as Democrats, believe that Democrats should also be allowed to go. So Republicans control the House. They told us that we cannot go on an official trip, but that's not stopping us from going. The Congressional Hispanic Caucus, which you were just asking about, we're both members of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. We understand that there's still interest, of course, for members to come visit. And I think that's all I can comment about that. Unless you want to add?
I do want to add that what our government is doing, paying for people to be imprisoned in El Salvador, was with the guise of these are criminals. And that has not been proven. You cannot prove criminality beyond a doubt without due process. So we are using taxpayer dollars in the United States to break our constitutional laws and put people in prison on the taxpayers. This is without a doubt illegal, immoral, and we must continue to stand firm up for the rule of law and for the rights of people. And I hope that we are the first of many to come here until this is resolved in our courts.
We're gonna close this out. Last thing that was just mentioned, really important. You were asked about the contract. So we members of Congress, we absolutely want that contract between the United States and El Salvador to be made public. So that we should understand what funds are being transferred over to support the prisons, and we should make that public. Y nosotros queremos, en español, queremos que el contrato de los Estados Unidos y El Salvador, para ver que hemos pagado, qué dinero hemos mandado acá para esta situación y para ver al jail y al prison, tenemos que ver, debe ser público. All right, thank you guys. Appreciate you guys.
Maybe I can just go to the AAA also. Take care of it. Play member. God, I'm gonna turn Bob off again. He's getting fucking annoying. Asking the same fucking shit. What are you eating? It's fucking Brody all over again. Brody in bot form.
Also, tattoos and social media posts looming large in President Trump's efforts to identify alleged migrant gang members. Nate Foy is in New York City with much more. Hi, Nate. Good morning.
Hey, Dana, good morning to you. So, yeah, whether it's MS-13, Tren de Aragua, or another violent gang, authorities say the warning signs are often hiding in plain sight or sometimes not even hiding at all. This can be the clothes that somebody wears or the tattoos on their skin. Take this picture, for example, posted by President Donald Trump on Truth Social. It shows the hands of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, an illegal migrant deported to El Salvador. The White House says the tattoos on his knuckles that you see here are gang symbols tied to MS-13. Garcia's attorneys deny any gang affiliation. Federal investigators say clothing can also be a key indicator. Certain colors, numbers, and logos are tied to specific gangs. But physical markers are just part of a much larger puzzle.
You arrest a gang member, for example, and that gang member, when they're taken into custody, you pull their cell phone records and you go through them. Then you find out or figure out what individuals are involved in the particular crime and whether or not they're actually members of the criminal organization.
Former DEA agent David Katz says wiretaps, intercepted messages, even body language during police encounters are part of intelligence gathering. Agencies like the FBI, HSI, and local police collaborate across jurisdictions and even international borders. The FBI tells Fox News, quote, "The FBI prioritizes proactive engagement with our community members and neighbors, working closely with the community to guide our activity, develop sources, and generate leads so we can bring violent criminals to justice." The Department of Homeland Security tells Fox it is confident in how it identifies gang members, and officials insist that it takes far more than a single tattoo to make that call. We'll send it back to you, Dana.
All right, Nate, thank you.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click.
We have an issue with people hating the Republican White House right now. Anybody who President Trump is aligned with, most of all his senior advisor, Elon Musk. Shocking new video from New York City. This is in the lower Manhattan area. And this is the meatpacking district, as they iconically call it. This is a Tesla dealership just coming into us. And you can see two people defacing a Tesla showroom with spray paint in downtown Manhattan, a bright red paint. They tag the windows with Doge crossed out. We do not consent. And F Doge. They actually had the word. In fact, we can't even show you the entire video because so much of it is profane. We'd have to keep blurring it out, and we haven't quite been through this whole thing yet to effectively do that. We want to make sure that we do. You can see the two people are not wearing masks, so we can see their faces clearly. I don't know if they have a job, but we know who they are. One is wearing a pink shirt that reads "Climate change equals mass murder." Molly, what?
Well, if someone really cares about climate change, as this person is purporting to, then he would support Tesla, which is an electronic vehicle company that does more to help his purported cause than anything else. But more than that, it is this very serious problem. We have hatred causing violence, you know, whether it's assassination attempts, attacks on parents at school board meetings, attacks on a dealership because the head of the company is actually trying to bring back accountability to the government. I saw something about no unelected. Well, what is Doge other than saying an unelected permanent bureaucracy does not get to control the country? The people get a say. So there's not even a coherence there. But there really need to be many more people, and particularly Democrats, since this is coming from the Democrat side of things, speaking out against this violence and hatred.
Why do you think they're not?
Because I think they clearly support it, and they have decided to personalize their hatred. The hatred of Trump isn't working, and also it reminds people of how their hatred led to assassination attempts. So they're trying to now target a different person, Elon Musk.
Wow.
I was just going to say, you know, I'm for free speech. We're all for free speech. But when it infringes on somebody's property, when it destroys something, when you're attacking somebody, I mean, where's the line? Where is the line in all of that? And, you know, we see these attacks more and more. What are there, 50, 80 attacks so far this year on Teslas? And by the way, some of the people, these guys, they don't care. They have no masks on. They don't care if you know who they are or not.
Apparently.
Because they know that they're going to be okay. But in some of the other attacks on these cars where they key them or they try to firebomb them, you know, they have masks on, and they're not the brightest bulbs in the socket because most Teslas have some kind of video mechanism going on. So we're going to find out who they are anyway.
Well, they're not hiding it. But the irony of this picture right now is actually, it's too much. You have the activist in his bright pink climate change shirt, defacing a Tesla dealership, like one of the best EV vehicles around, with aerosols. And climate people don't like aerosols. So this is not about anything. This is just about making the news. And, you know, this is completely defacing private property. And what should be happening right now is the police should be coming up and making them stop and giving them a toothbrush with water and soap and make them clean this off. Like, they're not afraid of law enforcement. We're allowing this to happen.
Well, why would they be in this city? I mean, this city doesn't go after criminals. It goes after Donald Trump.
Well, that's why they don't have anything on. They really feel like they're going to be heroes in all of this. But this is an intimidation factor. This is part and parcel of a campaign, not just to harm this, but to make sure that anyone who's thinking about buying a Tesla is afraid.
That's right.
If you buy this car, we may come after you. If you buy this car, we may key it and then take it a step further. This is serious intimidation. Ironically, Tesla will report their earnings after the close today. The stock's down 37% this year. And, you know, Elon Musk.
Since January?
Yeah. Elon Musk is under tremendous pressure to leave from the Wall Street community. He's got to leave those soon anyway because of, you know, legal reasons. But it really is ironic that the man who helped usher in this movement, who made it possible, is now villainized because he wants smaller government where the people have a greater say. So it is interesting that the Democrats are de facto saying, hey, we like big government. We want larger government that sucks up taxes, that creates a lot of debt because it gives us one thing we want more than anything else: control, power. We want power, we want control, and we want to give you the answers and dictate what you do in your life, not you.
They want to control other people's money. I do want to say this.
Every aspect of our lives they want to control.
As we kind of turn the corner here, we have blurred more of the profanity so you can see how large this dealership is as it sits in the middle of the meatpacking district. It's beautiful. I've not been in it. I've only seen now pictures from the outside. But Molly, I want to go back to this idea of politics involved in this. There have been a couple, not even a handful, maybe, of Democrats who have lightly spoken out about this. Where is the bullhorn on Capitol Hill with people saying, look, people are being hurt in some of these attacks, not spray painting necessarily, although what happens if these dealerships are financially affected the way Charles just said? You're affecting people's jobs at this point.
I haven't even heard anybody speak out on the left, speak out against the attacks on Elon Musk. Plus, you have a coordinated campaign with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Bernie Sanders making Elon Musk the picture of their opponents and claiming that, you know, again, he's a threat. The reason why they're focused on him is that Democrat power is enabled through government employees. It's a massive constituency, millions at the federal level, but also at the state and local government. If DOGE catches on, if this accountability for the bureaucracy catches on, it is a major threat to Democrat power along with the NGOs. And so that's why they're focused here. But people should have some decency and speak out against it.
They need to up the consequences.
Yes.
This behavior, as Charles said, is intimidation.
100%. You're right. You're right, Dr. Sapphire, but we've yet to see them do that anywhere in the country, really. It is all coming from Pam Bondi, our United States AG. It's not coming at local levels.
Hey, everyone. I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany on Outnumbered every weekday at...
You can find it in like the cake icings and things like that. So what we're saying, what I'm explaining to you is, as we're understanding it, the FDA, while it has approved it, it has also decided that it should be phased out from use in U.S. food products by 2028. So there are 36 right now color additives that are approved. This is one of them. But because of the advocacy from health advocates, this is just one of the ones that they are gradually going to phase out. It is not expected to be one of the 8 petroleum-based ones that will be addressed by Secretary Kennedy in just a few moments. That news conference is about to begin in about 5 minutes or so. It's set for 4 o'clock Eastern time. So that's what's going on there. And again, if you're just joining us, if you have any questions, Alex, my producer, is to my right. She's waiting to do that. And excuse me, still getting over that cold just a little bit. We need to tell you that not everyone is in support of this, particularly the National Confectioners Association. So these are the ones that are your chocolates, your Valentine's Day candy, things like that. They have a problem with it because they say it's going to decrease availability on store shelves. If a number of these products have to change their structures, if you will, they have to remove certain things. They're also worried that other products will see an increase in prices, which would then hit the affordability, if you will, for food insecurity households that are struggling in the United States. So that's the other side of what's going on. Again, we're keeping our eye on it. We're waiting for this to get underway. And Alex, we have a question yet? Hold on one second.
How come the U.S. doesn't use real sugar cane like Mexico and Canada does for their Coca-Cola?
So the question is, how come the U.S. doesn't use real sugarcane in its products? That is one that is outside of my realm of knowledge, but I can tell you there is a strong push to go back to natural colors like beets to replace reds and blueberries to replace blues that are in certain products like that. So it's certainly on the list. Thank you for asking that question. It's certainly on the list of things to be addressed by food advocates and those that are trying to keep their eye on it. Sorry, looking at the side of my head for 1 minute. Let me move the camera just a bit. Let's see, you got it. Alex is there, so you can see me a little bit better there. So again, if you're just tuning in now on the YouTube channel, in about 3 minutes or so, we're expecting Secretary Kennedy to give us an update on the banning or the phasing out, if you will, of 8 petroleum-based artificial colors. These are the dyes that are found in products like medications, cereal, certain foods that are added to just make it look a little bit more appealing, if you will, not to detract from the health value of whatever that food is to that degree. It's all part of the White House's Make America Healthy Again campaign, one of the tenets that the president used when he was running for office last fall. And so this is his way of taking care of making sure that that campaign promise gets addressed. Health advocates are in support of this, saying that food dyes and additives can cause things like ADHD in children, and some testing has shown that some laboratory rats can actually get cancer from that. In case you were wondering, in Europe and Asia, many food dyes have already been banned. And also in October, I don't know if you recall this, but in Michigan, at the headquarters of W.W. Kellogg's, Kellogg's cereal, there were actually demonstrations going on because Kellogg apparently had promised to phase out dyes in the use of some of its cereals, like Apple Jacks and Fruit Loops, by 2018, and from what we're learning, that never happened, and that led to protests there in Michigan, where their company headquarters are. No word on Kellogg's as to when they would try to make good on that promise. That's one of the things that we'll keep our eyes on, as this is certainly gaining traction nationally and being part of the conversation about our food health. 3:58 right now, Eastern Standard Time. Again, you're looking at a live feed of what will be a news conference from the Department of Health in regards to the banning of about 8 petroleum-based artificial colors. That's what's going on right there if you're just watching us. And let's see if we have another question I can try to address.
Not really. Most people seem to not want petroleum in their food, though.
That would be why the FDA is starting to enact, or why health officials right now are doing that. Thank you for that question as well. The voice you're hearing off to the side is Alex. She's my producer there. Again, so that you know, in addressing it, 36 color additives right now are approved by the FDA that are deemed safe. One of the ones that's being phased out is this one called Red 8. And that one is, you find that in icings for cake. You can find it in some of the decorations on top for cakes, candles, and even some medications. That's called Red 3. So that one is to be phased out by 2018, barring any sort of update that may come out of this news conference set to begin in about a minute or so. I think it just turned 4 o'clock. So at some point, once we see someone come to the podium, I'll stop talking here. That does not discourage you. I want to make sure that you are still being able to send questions. Should you have something, and we'll try to add a little context to that, to the degree that we can, and making sure that we are, in fact, doing and giving correct information. Someone's approaching the podium right now. Let's listen in.
I'm gonna end this, guys. I need a camera on my face to do stuff. Thanks for hanging out. I do appreciate you coming through. It's just T, Brody. I will see you, Miss Fuggle, Northwest Media. We had 4 people today. All right. All in. See you later. Bye.